I told before, or maybe I will switch to in French, it will be easier for everybody and particulier pour l'interpréter. MEDEC a été créé en 2015 et on a publié notre premier rapport en 2020 et nous avons reçu le prix du Conseil de l'Europe, le prix de collaboration entre les pays du Nord et du Sud. Et donc c'est un peu très important qui montre que l'action de MEDEC qui essaye de mettre ensemble les différents chercheurs, ça se passe surtout au niveau de la science, mais en connexion avec les décideurs, et a été reconnu par le Conseil de l'Europe. Et comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, on est en train de préparer 3 rapports spéciaux qui nous ont été spécialement demandés par les décideurs sur le risque côtier, sur le nexus, énergie, alimentation, eau et écosystème, et puis le dernier sur les migrations et les conflits liés au changement climatique en région méditerranéenne. Et ces rapports seront publiés, le premier à la fin de l'année et les 2 suivants dans la première moitié de l'année prochaine. Alors maintenant, je voudrais très rapidement brosser un tableau un petit peu des changements climatiques en Méditerranée. Alors vous allez voir, vous aurez à chaque fois une petite capsule au-dessus de la diapo qui vous montre les informations importantes sur les différents secteurs que je vais balayer. Le premier, c'est la température. La température globale, vous savez, a déjà augmenté à peu près de 1,1 degré. Donc c'est une moyenne sur les océans et les continents du monde entier. Et en Méditerranée, on est à 1,5 degré déjà de réchauffement, mais c'est normal parce que les continents se réchauffent plus vite que l'océan et que la mer. Par contre, une particularité, c'est que la mer Méditerranée, elle, se réchauffe beaucoup plus vite que l'océan global. Elle se réchauffe à peu près au même rythme que les continents. Et ça pose de gros problèmes pour la biodiversité marine et pour différents aspects qui sont liés à l'eau. Alors, voilà, par exemple, vous avez ici sur ces courbes-là la température annuelle en région méditerranéenne. Quand on prend en compte aussi bien le continent que la mer, on est déjà à 1,5 degré de réchauffement. Et si on ne prend que le continent, on est déjà à 1,8 degré. Donc ici, je pense que c'est 2021, c'est pas une courbe qui est très récente. Alors, les projections pour le futur, eh bien, c'est selon les scénarios. On peut, selon que les gouvernements arrivent à un accord dans les COP pour essayer de réduire fortement les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, on aura un scénario qui sera compatible avec les accords de Paris. Scénario en rouge ici, qui en fait un business as usual, on continue à émettre des gaz à effet de serre à la même vitesse que précédemment. Et dans le cas de respect des accords de Paris, on a la courbe en bleu qui va nous donner un réchauffement de l'ordre de 2 degrés à la fin du siècle. Sinon, eh bien, on va dépasser les 5 degrés à la fin du siècle. Donc c'est la courbe en rouge. Alors maintenant, si on regarde plus spécifiquement la mer elle-même, on peut dire qu'on a une tropicalisation de la mer Méditerranée. Et cette tropicalisation, elle se voit très clairement avec l'invasion d'espèces tropicales, de poissons qui nous arrivent de la mer Rouge ou du sud de l'Atlantique via le détroit de Gibraltar ou bien la mer Rouge via le canal de Suez. Ce sont des espèces qui normalement ne vivent que dans des eaux chaudes et il n'y a pas longtemps, elles se cantonnaient, elles passent par le canal de Suez et elles se cantonnaient sur l'est de la Méditerranée qui est plus chaude. La Méditerranée de l'Est est plus chaude que la Méditerranée de l'Ouest. Mais depuis quelques années, ces espèces ont envahi toute la Méditerranée et on a des poissons tropicaux comme le barracuda, le poisson lapin qui sont maintenant présents un peu partout autour de la Méditerranée. Et un des aspects du réchauffement de la Méditerranée, c'est les canicules marines. Et ces canicules marines, maintenant, on en a presque tous les ans. Et on a des températures de surface qui arrivent à peu près à 30 degrés, et c'est absolument délétère pour beaucoup d'organismes marins, en particulier les coraux. Voilà, ici vous avez un exemple de blanchiment de corail qui est lié à la température, mais également l'acidification de l'eau. Cette eau devient de plus en plus acide parce qu'elle absorbe le gaz carbonique qui est émis par nos activités, et ce gaz carbonique se transforme en acide carbonique dans l'eau. Et ça a des conséquences importantes sur les coraux, mais également sur tous les coquillages, et en particulier les moules. Par exemple, d'ici la fin du siècle, on ne pourra plus cultiver de moules en Méditerranée parce que les coquilles vont devenir beaucoup trop fragiles pour être cultivées. Alors, autre risque qui est lié à l'augmentation du niveau de la mer, c'est un risque côtier à la fois pour l'agriculture et pour le patrimoine culturel. Le niveau de la mer, évidemment, on est déjà à peu près à 20 cm au-dessus de ce qu'on avait au 19e siècle, mais il y a un autre phénomène qui joue, c'est la salinisation des nappes phréatiques, des aquifères côtiers. Et ça, c'est très néfaste pour l'agriculture, puisque l'eau douce devient trop salée pour cultiver les produits. En particulier, c'est sensible sur le delta du Nil, où on a de l'eau de plus en plus salée, avec en plus des submersions marines. C'est des zones en bleu sur la carte, qui, quand on a des vents qui arrivent par le nord et qui poussent la mer vers l'intérieur du pays, eh bien, on a de plus en plus d'inondations. Et là, vous avez un autre exemple qui est Venise, où régulièrement il y a des inondations qu'on appelle l'aqua alta, mais cet aqua alta, qui sont les eaux hautes qui arrivent à peu près à cette saison-ci, sont de plus en plus fréquentes et de plus en plus intenses. Alors, pour s'adapter à l'augmentation du niveau de la mer, eh bien, il faut en fait considérer que pour l'instant, on est à 20 cm, avec une vitesse de 4 mm par an, mais à la fin du siècle, on sera entre 37 et 90 cm selon le scénario. Les deux scénarios dont j'ai parlé tout à l'heure, un scénario de l'accord de Paris, ça permettrait de rester à 37 cm par rapport à maintenant, et sinon on arriverait à 90, et on n'est pas certain qu'on ne puisse pas avoir même plusieurs mètres d'augmentation du niveau de la mer si on a une déstabilisation de la calotte antarctique. Et là, les scientifiques ne sont pas encore suffisamment certains pour pouvoir le pronostiquer. Et alors, pour s'adapter à l'augmentation, ça va se passer justement dans un siècle et plus, qui ont été appliqués actuellement, c'est élever des digues ou faire des barrières avec de la terre. Mais on sera sans doute obligé de plus en plus fréquemment à faire ce qu'on appelle un repli stratégique, c'est-à-dire à déménager les villes, les villages qui sont trop proches de l'eau pour aller s'établir plus loin à l'intérieur. Alors, on a un problème particulier en Méditerranée, c'est que comme les marées en Méditerranée sont relativement faibles, les populations ont pris l'habitude de construire vraiment très près du niveau de la mer. Et donc, si bien maintenant que ce niveau de la mer augmente, eh bien, ces populations sont en danger, et les infrastructures en particulier. On estime qu'à peu près la moitié des cités qui sont... il y a 20 cités vraiment qui sont menacées au niveau du globe, et bien, il y en a la moitié qui sont situées en région méditerranéenne. Alors, un autre problème, c'est les risques pour l'eau et l'alimentation. Vous voyez ici une carte qui a été établie par le plan bleu, et vous voyez en bleu foncé, ce sont les régions où on a suffisamment d'eau pour vivre, c'est-à-dire plus de 1500 mètres cubes par an et par personne. Et en bleu clair, eh bien, ce sont les zones où on n'a pas suffisamment d'eau, donc il y a vraiment une précarité liée à l'eau. Alors évidemment, on a besoin d'eau, mais l'agriculture également a besoin d'eau. Et c'est justement dans les régions où il n'y a pas beaucoup d'eau que l'agriculture aura besoin d'être plus irriguée encore que maintenant. Donc il y a des déséquilibres entre les pays du nord de la Méditerranée et les pays du sud et de l'est. Et on calcule qu'il y a une réduction de la production, par exemple, « 1,5 degré de réchauffement global, le risque est relativement modéré, mais dès le moment où on se rapprochera de 2 degrés, on aura des risques qui vont devenir très dangereux pour la vie en région méditerranéenne. Alors, quand on veut essayer de remédier au problème, eh bien, il faut avoir une approche intégrée, ce qu'on appelle l'approche Nexus. Ici, on considère l'eau, l'énergie, l'alimentation et les écosystèmes. Ce sont 4 compartiments qui sont vraiment très connectés et quelquefois des mesures qui sont bonnes. Par exemple, on va mettre des panneaux photovoltaïques un peu partout pour produire de l'énergie. Eh bien, ça peut être mauvais pour les écosystèmes, donc pour la biodiversité. Donc, il faut vraiment prendre en considération tous les éléments du nexus de manière à ne pas arriver à ce qu'on appelle une maladaptation. Et donc, c'est un des rapports qu'on est en train de préparer et qui montre que l'eau et l'alimentation, comme on peut s'en douter, sont extrêmement corrélées. Ce qui est bon pour favoriser l'eau est bon aussi pour l'alimentation. Par contre, les corrélations avec l'énergie, c'est beaucoup moins clair. En fait, il y a des corrélations, il y a certaines actions qui sont bonnes pour l'eau et l'alimentation et pas bonnes pour l'énergie et vice-versa. Donc, le résultat, c'est qu'on n'a pas vraiment de corrélation entre ces 3 composantes. Et surtout aussi, il y a une très forte différence entre le nord et le sud. Là, c'est écrit side, mais en fait, c'est sud, où il y a une très grosse différence entre l'évolution dans le nord et dans le sud. Et au niveau de l'adaptation, et en particulier, il faut éviter la maladaptation, et c'est en particulier quand on utilise des solutions technologiques, par exemple des techniques d'irrigation. Si on prend des techniques d'irrigation qui sont très demandeuses en eau, eh bien, on va rendre
l'eau précaire pour notre usage et il y aura des conflits d'usage entre les différents utilisateurs. L'utilisation d'énergie renouvelable dans l'agriculture, ça peut être quelque chose de bien, mais à condition de le faire de manière assez raisonnée, parce que une des façons de faire, par exemple, c'est de mettre des panneaux photovoltaïques sur les champs, et ça peut produire de l'ombre. Quelquefois, quand il fait trop chaud, c'est utile, mais en même temps, ça peut nuire aussi à la biodiversité. Donc, il y a toujours ce problème d'intégration des actions. Et donc, le GIEC lui propose plutôt d'aller vers des solutions qui sont basées sur la nature, par exemple la végétalisation des villes, des jardins dans les villes, reconstruire un petit peu les zones humides. Les zones humides, c'est vraiment très important à la fois pour se protéger contre, par exemple, la montée du niveau de la mer, mais également pour stocker du carbone. Et donc, ce sont des solutions qui sont préconisées. Et une des solutions qui est un peu liée à tout ça, c'est des changements de comportement. Et en particulier, en Méditerranée, on a un régime méditerranéen, un régime alimentaire méditerranéen qui est très adapté dans cette situation de changement climatique, avec beaucoup de fruits, de légumes, de céréales, moins de poissons, peu de viande. Et donc, avec ce type de régime qui est en fait un régime ancestral en région méditerranéenne, mais qui a un peu disparu un peu de partout, eh bien, c'est une des solutions qui est préconisée pour essayer de lutter contre le changement climatique et de s'adapter également, en particulier, au manque d'eau. Alors, au niveau de la santé, c'est aussi un secteur qui est très important, et en particulier dans les villes. Vous voyez ici, on a un stress important dans les villes parce qu'on a un phénomène qu'on appelle les îlots de chaleur urbains, qui fait que la température au cœur des villes est de plusieurs degrés au-dessus des campagnes environnantes. Et c'est en particulier lié à la géométrie de la ville, et en général les villes modernes sont très peu adaptées à ce phénomène-là. C'est les matériaux utilisés, et c'est aussi les activités humaines, par exemple l'utilisation de moteurs thermiques et de climatisation. Et pour lutter contre ça, eh bien, il y a deux solutions. C'est les pièces d'eau, mettre de l'eau le plus possible dans les villes, et la végétalisation. Mais là aussi, il y a des risques. Par exemple, la végétalisation, si on met des végétaux qui ne supportent pas les sécheresses, en Méditerranée, on a plusieurs mois de sécheresse, on peut avoir des problèmes, la nécessité d'irriguer, et de nouveau, on se reporte à d'autres problèmes de maladaptation. Alors, en gros, pour terminer, notre futur, eh bien, c'est des risques climatiques qu'il faut réduire le plus possible, mais ils sont quand même présents, et il faut s'adapter à ces risques climatiques. Et pour les réduire, sinon s'ils sont trop importants, on n'arrivera pas à s'adapter. Il faut diminuer nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre. La biodiversité est un bon auxiliaire pour ça. Donc la biodiversité, c'est plutôt quelque chose qui est favorable pour lutter contre le changement climatique. Et autre point qui est extrêmement important, c'est les objectifs du développement durable, qui consistent à réduire les inégalités, diminuer la pauvreté, etc. Si on ne mène pas une politique qui est à la fois bonne pour le climat, mais aussi qui est bonne pour les objectifs de développement durable, eh bien, on n'aura pas un développement résilient pour le climat. Et ce que le GIEC nous dit dans son dernier rapport, et ce que MEDEC dit également, c'est qu'une action est importante partout, et elle est très urgente, et beaucoup plus urgente en fait que ce qu'on pensait dans le précédent rapport. Donc il y a vraiment des choses urgentes à mettre en place, et les derniers événements qu'on a eus cet été avec les inondations en Grèce, dans les Balkans, aussi en Espagne, etc., et en Libye, et particulièrement en Libye, eh bien, montrent que finalement la situation, c'est des situations qu'on ne pensait pas arriver avant plusieurs années, et qui maintenant sont là depuis 2022-2023. On a de gros problèmes de canicule, soit de sécheresse, soit d'inondation. Et donc le changement climatique est vraiment là, et il faut vraiment le prendre à bras-le-corps si on veut éviter d'aller dans le mur. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Guyot, pour cette présentation qui nous permet de vraiment voir très bien quels sont les impacts du changement climatique dans la région et aussi pour avoir mis en évidence quelques-unes des solutions, telles que par exemple les solutions basées sur la nature et l'approche Nexus, dont nous parlerons encore plus tard. Et now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mrs. Enrique Trautmann, Director for the Neighborhood South and Turkey at DG NEAR.
Thanks a lot, Christina. Good morning, everybody, and thanks a lot for being here today. And I mean, you know, I'm trying to take a little bit of a step back now because, as Dr. Guyot already has put us into the middle of the subject, I have a certain envie to already to do a response to some of the suggestions, but we'll have more occasions to discuss later on. Let me just start maybe by saying that I think it's especially important, and we didn't know that when we planned this event, that we continue to talk about climate in the Mediterranean, because everybody who follows the news knows that currently all attention is on the terrible conflict in the Middle East, on all the dangers related to that, on the reactions in the Arab world, in the West. I mean, it is all very, very, very worrying on a more classical conflict-related area, but we also know that even if we would find, and I hope we do, a quick solution to this terrible events, what is being discussed today is still there and is going to be just as important and potentially even more important, because as we all know, things like water stress, food stress, is only exacerbating long-standing conflicts, and we know that in the Middle East the question of access to water is one of the main areas of discussions and very robust discussions between different countries. So I think it's very timely that we have the meeting today, and I'm very happy to be here. Let me maybe, after this very interesting introduction, give you a little bit of a step back on what the EU in particular is doing in terms of climate adaptation, and also some of the funding lines we are preparing together with some of our partners who are also here today. I mean, it's clear that the need to scale up global efforts on climate adaptation has already been highlighted for years, including in the EU strategy for climate adaptation, which came out in 2021. And we have, particularly in DG NEAR, for the last years, really attempting to support the Mediterranean partner countries in the efforts to rise to this challenge and to build greater resilience to climate change on a number of different levels. It is also one of the key priorities in our renewed partnership with the Southern Neighborhood called the New Agenda for the Mediterranean, which equally came out in 2021. And which has attached to it a dedicated economic and investment plan with a number of flagships related to climate action, because I think by now we all agree, both on the European but also on the southern side of the Mediterranean, that economic development is not going to be possible if we don't take climate adaptation and climate challenges into account whilst designing programs and designing strategies. As you might also know, the NDICI Global Europe instrument also has a spending target of 30% on climate action, and a top-up which was pledged by the President of the Commission in 2021. And we also have a spending target on biodiversity, because it's clear, as already very aptly described, that there are very clear links between climate change and loss of biodiversity. So we're also contributing to the Global Biodiversity Framework, which was adopted last year. Having said that, we see how quickly, especially biodiversity in the Mediterranean, is suffering from the growing temperatures, both in the oceans but also on land. So we do now have, in a way, a triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity losses, and for that we need indeed strong, concerted, joint actions. The countries of the Mediterranean have put this together in a ministerial declaration on environment and climate action equally in 2021. So 2021 was the year where we put all the theories together and all the calls to action. And in the last couple of years, we've also been trying to follow through on that with some concrete actions. So we need, and that is the biggest challenge currently, we need large public and private investments. There's a very strong economic case for investing in adaptation, not only because of long-term benefits related to climate adaptation, but also making societies more resilient to deal with these challenges in the future. And that is actually, in a long-term way, a better idea than investing in the costs of adaptive action today. But mobilizing investments does remain very challenging. We are supporting this through concrete programs and initiatives, including grants, but also through increasingly using blending mechanisms and also banking guarantees to be able to mobilize, to leverage more funding from the private sector and the international finance institutions for real substantial investments. This is not something you can deal with a grant. This is something where you really need sustainable investment approaches, and the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, as it's called, the EFSD Plus, includes now the possibilities of these financial guarantees to design further programs. It is true, though, and Dr. Guillot has already pointed that out, climate action is a very cross-cutting exercise, and the climate actions have to cover different sectors such as sustainable water management, climate-smart agriculture, ecosystem conservation, climate proofing of infrastructures, and also disaster risk reduction. And indeed, we should opt for nature-based solutions. Our interventions support both central governments to assist their efforts in reaching their nationally determined contributions and their national adaptation plans, but we also engage more and more with local administrations and civil society organizations. Cities and local actors are really at the forefront of the climate battle and often have better answers to the climate challenges faced by them concretely and faced by their communities than central governments. At the same time, it's very challenging for cities to come up with bankable solutions and bankable projects that would allow them to tap into the international available funding for this, be it the GEF or other funds. And we have a dedicated program called Climate for Cities, which is trying to find best practices and to help them to indeed connect banks, connect financing institutions and the local municipalities to come up with tailor-made solutions for their contexts. So we are also now increasingly support the developing, implementing and funding of the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plans, the SECAPs, and we are also joining the Mediterranean branch of the Global Mayors Initiative, which is also gaining a lot of traction in the region, because again you have the people who deal with this on a local basis talking together to also exchange best practices even beyond country limits. As we all know, the Mediterranean is one of the least integrated areas in the world, but climate and battle against climate change is possibly one of the areas where we can really congregate around political differences. We are also now this year launching a program focused on outreach and communication to increase public awareness and understanding of climate change in the region, and to mobilize civil society organizations and communities on climate action. Comes back to what Dr. Guillot already said. We also need a certain change of behavior. I mean, we see this in the northern side of the Mediterranean, but clearly also in the southern side of the Mediterranean, especially in countries which are developing their economies and where people have more access to, transport, to all kinds of things that wasn't available before. We need to make sure that the awareness is there, also how much that influences the climate bilan of their various countries. In Morocco, we have the new Terre Verte, the Green Partnership Program, which is worth 150 million euros so far in terms of our funding. This is really the pilot for all these green partnerships that the EU is trying to put together with a number of countries, particularly on the African continent. The Morocco Green Partnership is really the first one which was signed. We're very much hoping that it's not going to be the last one, and we were working very intensively with our Moroccan partners to now put it into action, to also show to other countries how this is improving the possibilities of the Moroccan state and the Moroccan economy to face the challenge of climate change and to decarbonize. Another element I wanted to mention is that we're also working increasingly on energy partnerships, further advancing our mutual interest in the development of clean and sustainable energies. As you know, a lot of that thinking comes in the last 2 years or year and a half from the necessity of Europe to become independent from Russian gas imports. But it also is a good occasion to talk to countries in the southern neighborhood about their possibilities of decarbonizing of economies, of giving them the possibility by producing more renewables to also at some point export, for example, green hydrogen to the EU. And countries like Egypt are full speed working on that one. We do have now a partnership with Egypt on renewable hydrogen, which was launched at the COP27 last year. Last point from my side, we are also looking for strategic partnerships with countries of the southern neighborhood for the development of clean technology. We have, as you might know, the EU's Net Zero Industry Act, which was adopted this year. And that is really the kind of overall framework around which we will be trying to really also develop the European net zero industry, but also the ones of the partners which are very close to us, both in terms of geography, but also in terms of partnerships. DG NEAR, together with the colleagues from DG Klima, will hold a dedicated side event on this topic at the COP28, which is also coming towards us with increasing speed, so hopefully we'll have the occasion to discuss a bit more in that context. So voila, I think I'll stop here. Thanks a lot for being here. Looking very much forward to the interventions of the different partners and the different perspectives on this very important topic. And as I said at the beginning, I think it's very timely that we don't forget climate change challenges in the middle of all the very, very difficult situation we're living in our southern neighborhood currently. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mrs. Troutman, for this excellent reminder that we cannot forget about the climate crisis despite the current event, and for providing a very clear picture of our cooperation with the region, highlighting some specific tools that we have available in our cooperation, as well as some concrete initiatives and partnerships that are currently being made in the region. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce the next speaker. We have the pleasure of having Mrs. Diana Concha, Director for International Affairs and Climate Finance at DG Klima, here today.
Thank you very much, Christina, and good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here to give the perspective, the policy perspective, I would say, on the partnership on climate action with the Mediterranean countries. My challenge will be to say something different and more than in addition to the very complete presentation of my colleague Henrique, that I think has already given a very good highlight of the partnership. But I will at this point focus and try to give it a slightly different angle. I will focus on how the European Union sees the green transition, the European Union Green Deal, which is our growth strategy, whereby we are transforming the climate crisis in the opportunity to develop according to a new model, a new economic model, which is no longer going to deplete the world resources and consume fossil fuels, but is rather going to be more harmonious with nature, and I will talk about it in a moment. But I would also like to refer to what Henrique said before, the fact that indeed we are now so focused on other type of crisis, but climate change is always with us, and Mr. Gulot really did a very good presentation on what's happening in the Mediterranean. As a Mediterranean person myself, I felt very strongly while he was talking, because I have been witness this summer of some of the effects that he was mentioning. For example, the Sea of Greece is now full of lionfish, which is a typical tropical fish that is indeed coming from the Red Sea. And you know, if you don't see it, you may say it remains abstract, but indeed the sea is full of these big animals which are harmful which are beautiful to look at when you do scuba diving, but are very harmful for the local fauna. So indeed this is happening, and in the Mediterranean it's happening faster than than somewhere else. But I would also like to give some piece of good news, because not everything is doom and gloom, because we do have the possibility to act against climate change if we really have the will to do it and if we really do it together. This morning there has been the International Energy Agency has published the final version or the new edition of its World Energy Outlook, which has confirmed that renewable energy are surging. There will be a surge of renewable energy by 2030, and there will be a decline of fossil fuels. So the transformation is already happening. Perhaps it's happening faster in the private sector or driven by the private sector than in the policies. I think we, the governments, are a little bit behind, perhaps, compared to what is really happening, but they are also very clear. There is still too much investment in fossil fuels. Even in the optimistic scenarios, the fossil fuels will still be something like 78% of the energy system still in 2030, and then we have to accelerate climate action. But again, they say it is possible, so I would really recommend to have a look at this report, because it shows us the path to the possibility, and it also gives us top 5 recipes or 5 ingredients for a recipe to take forward the energy transition, which is, together with adaptation, a fundamental piece of our climate action. So we cannot afford to be complacent. We are not on track, as Joël said, and even before we get to the famous limit of the 1.5 degrees of increased temperature compared to pre-industrial level, we are already feeling the effects, as all of us living in the south of Europe have experienced this summer. So not to be complacent, but not to lose hope, because if we lose hope, by the way, it's finished, because then our citizens will think that it's not worth bothering. So it's very important to always go towards, when we talk to our constituencies, it's always important to say that we can do it and there is a message of hope. This is perhaps my first point. But we need to be ambitious, we need to be determined, and not be afraid to take strong measures, because in reality these strong measures that may look like sacrifices are in reality the opportunity for a new model of economic development, and perhaps for the countries in the southern Mediterranean as well as in sub-Saharan Africa, this is an opportunity for an industrialization that has not happened before. So it's really something that we need to grab and that we need to embrace. So how did we do it in the European Union? In the EU, we managed indeed to decouple emissions for economic growth. This is our best narrative, because it shows it's possible. The figure that I always like to repeat is that since 1990, the European Union decreased its emission by 24%, but we increased our GDP by 61%. Of course, you can easily answer or rebut, but you were already a highly developed block when you did it. Yes, it's true, and we are not going to say that the others have to do exactly as we did, but it indicates that there is a possibility, and I think that the decoupling is also possible at different levels of development, because today we have the technology to decouple. Probably 30 years ago, for a developing country, wouldn't have been possible, but now it is possible to embark on a different development path, which is not linked to, as I said before, the consumption of fossil fuels and the depletion of resources. We have the technology to do something different. The way we did it in the EU has long been based on one very important instrument, which is the emission trading system. The emission trading system was launched in 2005. It is, as you probably know, a system which is called cap and trade. We cap the emissions of the biggest emitting sectors, so the power sector and heavy industry, and then they are obliged to buy allowances to emit coal, and if they are doing less than the limit, they can sell them, and if they're doing more, they have to buy them. And the system is also based on a decreasing cap. So we not only have a carbon market, but we also have a cap that goes down. This is very important, because without the cap, the carbon market tends to generate very low carbon prices and being less effective. But to give you an idea of how effective this has been, the emissions of these sectors since 2005 have decreased by more than 37%. But there is also another important factor for emission trading systems that makes them attractive. They generate revenues because the revenues for the auction of the permissions to emit are going to the state. In the European Union, they are going to the member state. The ETS has generated 152 billion euros since its beginning, as I said, in 2005, but most of it has come in the later years because the price of carbon has gone up very much. It's a long story that I have to cut it short, but last year only it generated 40 billion of revenues. And these revenues, they are invested in green projects in the member states. So you are not, one very good argument for industry to explain why we are doing an ETS is that we are not only taking, in fact we are giving. We are giving back, and we are giving back to invest in green development. Part of the money of the ETS goes into what is called the Innovation Fund, which is very important because the Innovation Fund helps projects which are close to marketing but not marketable yet. So it's not research, it is industry, but it is industry that is not yet completely ready to go on the market. We give them a sort of a last push. But ETS alone, we realized that it was not enough. It has been very, very successful, but in 2019 we realized that more was needed, and President von der Leyen launched the European Green Deal, which is, as I said before, a completely new development model. It is not only climate action, it is environmental policies, so pollution, circular economy. It is protection of biodiversity, it is transport, it is efficiency, energy efficiency of buildings, it is adaptation, another very important piece that Enrique already mentioned. And the Green Deal has been converted into legislation, so since 2021 the European Union has a climate law, which is enshrined in law our emission reduction target of 55% by 2030, and most importantly, net zero by the mid of the century, by 2050. And now we are working already on our 2040 targets, because now the 2030 targets, the 55%, we consider that it's been implemented. After the launch of the Green Deal, the European Union adopted a big legislative package which is called Fit for 55, which is exactly to enact this target of cutting emission by 55%. This has been adopted. We now have targets. We now have a modernized ETS, which has stricter rules, so to be more effective. We have a new ETS which is going to cover buildings and cars. And transport. I can tell you that this has not been easy, because now since starting from 2026, the gasoline for cars and the heating for buildings will be subject to an ETS. We have a social climate fund which will use the revenues of this new ETS to support the most vulnerable sectors and families. We have a target to have all light vehicles, basically cars and vans, zero emission by 2035, and I could go on, but I don't want to bore you. I just want to say that we have really embraced this new model of development. We have put investments on it, obviously, because this indeed costs money. But when we think that this costs money, we also have to think of the cost of non-action, which, as you have heard before, are much, much higher. I don't think anybody is being able to fully quantify these costs, because, as Joel was saying, there are certain phenomena that are not clear yet, because the costs go from the heavy to the completely catastrophic. So when we think that climate action is expensive, I would say think again. What is this? What does this impact on you? One of the important points that I wanted to make, but Enrique already made, is about industry and value chains. the green transition will indeed need a very strong industrial transformation, because we will have to develop all the technologies that are needed for wind and solar energy and new type of buildings and construction materials and you name it. And these technologies are now marketable, but they still need investment, because new solar panels will need to be built, and wind pipes and heat pumps and you name it. One figure which is often repeated, because it was also part of the Sharm el-Sheikh declaration of the COP27, is 4 trillion per year in clean energy technology. This is the investment that we'll need between now and 2030 to transform our economy. And I think it's not a question of money not being there. It's the question of money still going to the wrong places. A lot of money is still going to fossil fuel investment, for example. A lot of public money is still going on fossil fuel subsidies. And here nobody is innocent, because we still do it also in the European Union, and we should stop. But it's not easy to stop, because the fossil fuel subsidy, some of it goes into the pockets of the families, and politically it can be very toxic to abolish fossil fuels. But also a lot of money is not going to the regions that are most in need of the money. And this is where I think our collaboration comes to be most important. Investment capitals are lazy. They go to the easy places. If you look at where renewable energy investments have happened in the last couple of years, it's in the European Union, in the United States, in China, and in a few other developed economies. We need to bring the capitals to the developing countries, to our neighbors, to Africa, to Latin America, etc. And this is Enrique's job, with their guarantee instruments, for example, which are exactly aimed at de-risking investment in your region and other regions of the world. The other important point is the policy environment, and that's where perhaps it's more, we are more in DG Clima directly involved. The policy environment has to be favorable to attract investment, that we always know, and this is not only for climate finance. But it is extremely important for climate finance to come to have the right policies in place. For example, what also Enrique was mentioning, to have adaptation strategy, to show also to the private sector that it is possible to invest in adaptation. There is this myth that adaptation is not profitable. Partly, there is a part of truth, but there are a lot of action that have been funded by banks and by the private sector. But to have these funds, you need to have reliable and credible strategies in place. And this is where, for example, in DG Clima we can help. We would be happy to have a more in-depth policy dialogue with you individually as a country, but also as a region. We have a common agenda that was agreed at the second Union for Mediterranean Ministerial Conference, and I think we should act upon it. We also have individual partnerships. Indeed, the EU-Morocco Green Partnership is very important, and it is not only a framework to attract capitals, but also a framework for policy dialogue, and we will be keen to use it for that. We have the partnership with Egypt, so in short, I think it is very important to have more of this partnership and this discussion. Enrique already mentioned the clean tech. This is a really important opportunity for investment, for industrialization, and not only see the Mediterranean partners as provider of energy, but also as industrial partners. One of the components of the Net Zero Industry Act in the EU is also de-risking. We don't want to replace the dependence on Russian fossil fuels with the dependence on Chinese solar panels. To say it very simple terms. So we need to collaborate more with countries that are neighbors and that are partners. We need to diversify the value chains. We need to have this win-win partnership where everybody benefits, and I think that this is the right moment to do it. Now to finish, I don't want to be long, because I probably already passed my time. I wanted to say a word about COP28, which is indeed coming very soon. And it is very important because this is also the COP of the first global stocktaking of the Paris Agreement. The global stock taking is a process enshrined in the Paris Agreement. Every 5 years, we will have to say, to assess together where we are, what has happened before, and where we want to go for the future. Are we really complying with the letter and the spirit of the Paris Agreement? Are we putting on the table the maximum level of ambition that we have? What we have to go in the future to be in line with the Paris Agreement temperature goal that you all know very well, no more than 2 degrees and as close as possible to 1.5. So are we still on track for 1.5, and what should we do to allow 1.5 to happen, or to avoid overshooting 1.5? It is very important that the global stocktake gives us clear indication on how we want to have our next ambition cycle, so our next NDCs that will have to be presented before COP30 in 2025. This is object of heated discussion. There has been a lot of technical work. The technical work has told us clearly what we have to do, and I think we have to have the courage this year to do it together. There is also a feeling of unfinished business from Sharm el-Sheikh. COP27 was very important because we finally agreed to establish a fund to support the most vulnerable country, the famous loss and damage fund. But a lot of us felt that it fell short on mitigation action. What are we going to do to mitigate climate change? And I think that this COP will have to give us clear indications. For the European Union, it would be very important that there is an indication that we need to peak global emissions by 2025, that we need to reduce GHG gases by 43% in 2030 and 60% in 2035. These are the prescription of the International Panel on Climate Change to stay on track with the 1.5 climate goal. We need to step up renewable energy very radically. The European Union, together with the UAE presidency, is proposing a global pledge on tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency by 2030. We will have to give a clear indication on adaptation. One of the Paris Agreement goals is a global goal on adaptation, and I think we are very close to adopting a framework which is going to tell all of us what are the best policies to do on adaptation. And we have to start providing signals on the alignment of financial flows with the Paris goals. Everybody will look at the establishment on the loss and damage fund. We are not there yet, but our colleagues are working very hard for it to become a reality. But I think we have to look beyond it. Everybody is also looking at the 100 billion of climate finance that developed countries were supposed to provide already by 2020, and that has not been provided yet. There are serious indications that this year we will be able to say finally we are at 100 billion per year, but I honestly think that the change is not happening with 100 billion of public finance or with a loss and damage fund, which is indeed extremely important to try and tackle the worst consequences of climate change. But the transformation, as I said before, it's about trillions. It's the 4 trillion per year that I mentioned before. And I hope that together we will really be able to bring the funding and the energies and the courage that we need for this transformation. So to close, we need a success at COP28. We need to be clear on what we are going to do and what we should do. From the side of the European Union, there is a commitment to continue to be the first provider of climate finance in the world, but we need to make an effort all together to mobilize those private capitals that are there and that have to be invested in the transition. And I count on the good cooperation with my colleagues of DG NEAR for this to become a reality, and I count on good cooperation and dialogue with all of you to make this happen. So thank you very much, and I will be at COP28. I would be happy to engage bilaterally. I am not in the negotiating team, but I will be there, and I will have time to engage bilaterally with all of you who will be there. So if you want to pass a message back that we would be happy to in addition to the negotiating table, also to engage individually to see how we can make progress on policy and on dialogue, and also to know each other better. Thank you very much, and have a good meeting.
Many thanks, Mrs. Aconcha, for these very inspiring words and this very comprehensive presentation, providing us some perspectives from the EU and work that is being done within the framework of the Green Deal, and also for reminding us not to lose hope, as the energy transition is indeed happening and there is still hope on the horizon. So now let me please give the floor to Mr. Nasser Kamel, Secretary General of the UFM, which we have the pleasure of having online with us today.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, good morning, everyone, and my apologies for not being here physically with you today. I'd like first to address my appreciation to the two directors who just addressed the issue, and to Dr. Joel, who has given us a stark reminder of the climate crisis that has afflicted the Mediterranean region. And we've all have been following another unforgiving summer this year, especially in the southern Mediterranean region. But also, from what I gather from the two directors' intervention, that collective action can lead us to realize a more sustainable and resilient Mediterranean. Our Mediterranean, with its diverse landscape, culture, political situation, as you all know and you already is uniquely vulnerable to the effect of climate change. We are warming 20% faster than the global average, and as demonstrated by Dr. Joel Guillaume. And he has given us all the adverse impact of this warming on our region in terms of ecosystem, agriculture, fishery, forestry, tourism, and economic activity. Moreover, we have to admit that the Mediterranean region's diversity is not even limited to its landscape and culture. Related to political stability. The situation in Gaza is a stark reminder of that. And also diverse level in economic development, in regional integration, and navigating these differences and promoting regional cooperation is a central challenge. We also recognize that the level of climate ambition varies within our region, with the European Union, and you've heard it, setting very ambitious binding targets, while non-EU country may not have specified a timeline for their net zero goals. So our strategic plan as UFM is designed to bridge these disparities, encouraging a common vision for the region climate future. To address these challenges, the UFM has embarked on a comprehensive approach in partnership with various stakeholders, especially, of course, the EU, to create a more sustainable and resilient future for our region. The economic and social challenge in this region require, as mentioned before, substantial investment in infrastructure, housing, transport, and education. So achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 is our shared ambition, but we also understand the complex task of allocating funds in the region with, as I described, varying levels of economic development. So our approach is to facilitate collaboration to find innovative financing solutions and foster cooperation among Mediterranean countries to ensure a fair and equitable transition. To address and respond to the general situation in our region, we at UFM are working first and foremost on renewable energy transition, as we recognize that renewable energy is essential in addressing climate change. That's why we aim to create an environment conducive to investment in clean and renewable energy, contributing to the region's sustainable development. That's why our regional dialogue platforms on energy provide an avenue for stakeholders from all our member states and the energy sector to work together. And we actively engage in supporting the development of a Mediterranean grid code, which is crucial for accelerating cross-border electricity interconnection and enhancing renewable energy integration. Interconnection, as we see happening today between Morocco and Spain, and from Spain to the rest of Europe, based on clean energy, between Egypt and Greece, and eventually between Egypt and Italy. Our activity also in the field of climate action include the annual meeting of the Climate Change Expert Group. This meeting or meetings serves as an occasion for information exchange, best practice, and project development among members' countries. They are instrumental in mobilizing funds for adaptation and mitigation efforts in the region. Another effort we're engaged in, it is our endeavor to inform policy making and respond to the challenge facing the Mediterranean region. That's why we are working very closely with the Mediterranean experts on climate and environmental change, MEDEC, which was presented today by Dr. Joël Guillot, and we are proud to support this network, which its report and activity are working towards bridging the gap between the scientific research and the policymaker, and also to mobilize societal engagement, ensuring that our responses are based on sound scientific knowledge. We also actively participate in the global meeting related to this challenge, such as the UNFCCC negotiation. We were present in COP27, of course, in Egypt with the first ever Mediterranean Pavilion. And also we were present at the MENA Climate Week in Riyadh a few weeks ago, and will be in Dubai for the COP28. And all of those participation have an aim is to advocate for the unique challenges and opportunities faced by the Mediterranean region. Our aim is to ensure that the Mediterranean's agenda is visible and influential in global energy and climate processes. We are also trying to mobilize the regional private sector to join the discussion. That's why the Energy and Climate Action Business Forum that we organized is playing a pivotal role in engaging the regional private sector through partnership and initiative. We also work to unlock the potential of the private sector to drive energy transition and climate action investment in the Mediterranean. Other example of our collaboration and efforts is our partnership with two very important partners, the European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecast and Copernicus, which is the Copernicus satellite system, because they are crucial for improving our understanding of the impact of climate change in the region. And with this collaboration, we extend data coverage to the south of the Mediterranean, providing essential information to policymakers, experts, and also our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change acts as a catalyst for disasters, as you all know. And the Mediterranean region is exposed to a range of natural hazards, including forest fires, floods, earthquakes, as we have seen this year alone. So recent incidents have demonstrated the increasing frequency and severity of such disasters. That's why we at the UFM are working towards establishing a regional platform for civil protection, aiming to enhance cooperation and solidarity in this field across the Mediterranean, involving southern Mediterranean countries in a disaster risk reduction program. Of course, in collaboration with the very advanced European Union Civil Protection Mechanism, the UCP-ML. This initiative focuses on adaptation, preparedness, and capacity building all that in the framework of regional and international collaboration. We also seek to strengthen resilience efforts and serves as a global platform to mitigate and manage climate-related risk in our region, ensuring, of course, the safety of our people and also the safety of our infrastructure. In summary, the UFM, within its very limited resources, is trying with various partners and through various platforms to actively address the consequences of climate change in the region by many activity, including the one on civil protection I just described. In conclusion, we at UFM, in collaboration with all our partners, are dedicated to addressing the challenge of climate change in the Mediterranean, or to put it more accurately, the climate emergency in our region, and our efforts extend beyond clean energy transition to encompass economic development, regional cooperation, and climate resilience. We fully understand the challenges we face. They are formidable, but together through cooperation and innovation can create a more sustainable and prosperous future for the Mediterranean. It was mentioned before the effort with Morocco and Egypt, and the huge potential for green hydrogen production in the southern Mediterranean region, and that would be one of the avenues for us to develop even further by creating a platform for this specific subject. But let me end my intervention by saying that meeting like this not only educate us on the challenges ahead, but also educate us on the different and various initiatives, venue for collaboration, and the necessity that we work together, north and south of the Mediterranean, to try to mitigate and also to transition the region into a much safer region in terms of climate and environmental risk. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mr. Kamel, for joining us from Egypt, and thank you for reminding us of the key role that the UFM is playing in advancing the Mediterranean agenda on climate action and in providing platforms for cooperation, notably on civil protection and other areas that are all related to the climate crisis. And also thank you for reminding us again of the importance of partnerships. So now I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Mrs. Aisha Labdawi, Head of the Energy Efficiency Division at Met SDD, Morocco. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Bonjour. Tout d'abord, je remercie la Commission européenne pour l'invitation du Maroc à travers le ministère de la transition énergétique et développement durable pour présenter, partager avec vous quels sont les efforts déployés par le ministère en termes de lutte contre le changement climatique. Donc en premier lieu, je pense on va voir quelles sont les stratégies, quelles sont les initiatives, les programmes qui sont mis en place, qui sont lancés depuis longtemps pour atténuer le changement climatique. Donc je commence par une... Donc je commence juste le temps d'avoir des slides. Donc le premier engagement du Maroc en termes de changement climatique, c'est la NDC, la contribution nationale déterminée. Cette contribution, c'est bon. Donc cette contribution, pardon, ma présentation va se dérouler selon le plan suivant. La contribution nationale déterminée, la stratégie nationale de développement durable, la stratégie bas carbone à l'horizon 2025, la stratégie énergétique nationale à travers les deux piliers qui sont les énergies renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique. Donc, en termes de, le premier engagement du Maroc en termes de réduction de gaz à effet de serre, c'est la NDC. La NDC qui a été élaborée en 2016 par le Maroc avec un objectif de réduction de gaz à effet de serre de pourcentage 42%. Elle a été révisée en 2021 pour porter ce taux-là, cet objectif à 45,5% en 2030. Donc cette contribution, elle porte sur les actions d'atténuation, les actions d'adaptation. Pour tout ce qui est atténuation, on cible plusieurs secteurs, c'est tout ce qui est production d'électricité, l'industrie, l'habitat, le transport, les déchets, l'agriculture, la gestion des terres, avec bien sûr des actions inconditionnelles, des actions conditionnelles. Pour les actions conditionnelles, on a 34 actions, et pour les mesures conditionnelles, on a 25%. Bien sûr, on a un investissement, et on a des objectifs qui sont déterminés dans le temps. En matière d'évolution des gaz à effet de serre, vous avez déjà le gain, avec bien sûr, que ce soit une ligne, c'est-à-dire de base, ou que ce soit les mesures qui sont, qui sont additionnées en termes de mesures d'atténuation et d'adaptation. Actuellement, le ministère de la Transition énergétique et du développement durable, il a élaboré une stratégie nationale de développement durable qui a été élaborée en 2017. Cette stratégie, il a visé plusieurs axes à travers un premier axe qui était dédié au pacte de l'exemplaire d'administration et des stratégies et des axes sectoriels des plans de développement durable. Donc cette stratégie est en cours de refonte pour introduire tout ce qui est les principes de modèle de développement énergétique marocain qui étaient adoptés en 2021 et tout ce qui est objectif des ODD de 2030. Et normalement, on a aussi introduit tout ce qui est territorial, tout ce qui est régional, tout ce qui est local. Et enfin, cette stratégie-là, c'est le point fort elle prévoit des indicateurs chiffrés et ciblés, c'est-à-dire pour pouvoir suivre au fil du temps quelles sont les évolutions qui sont enregistrées. En troisième lieu, nous avons déjà une stratégie nationale bas carbone qui a été élaborée en 2021 avec une première partie qualitative pour l'élaboration de la vision Maroc 2050. Cette phase-là, elle a été élaborée sur la base des principes de la vision du Maroc en termes de nouveaux modèles de développement et de la NDC, c'est-à-dire la NDC dans sa version actualisée. Bien sûr, cette stratégie-là, c'est-à-dire une vision qualitative qui porte sur les stratégies qui sont en cours. On a ciblé 7 secteurs, c'est comme le NDC, et puis on envisage d'avoir une transformation économique et sociale profonde dans un monde neutre en carbone. Actuellement, la deuxième phase de cette stratégie-là, qui a été entamée en 2022, est en cours de validation. Cette stratégie, il va porter sur une trajectoire nationale de gaz à effet de serre qui est sous forme de modélisation des objectifs. On a 3 niveaux. On a un premier niveau de modélisation qui consiste en une projection ligne de base qui consiste à actualiser les hypothèses de travail avec les indicateurs déjà ciblés. Il y a la deuxième projection consiste au-delà de la NDC. C'est-à-dire, on a déjà réalisé la NDC avec un effort qui est additionnel. Et la troisième projection concerne le net zéro qui contribue, c'est-à-dire à avoir un scénario de rupture pour atteindre la neutralité carbone d'ici 2050. Pour la stratégie nationale énergétique qui a été adoptée en 2009, actuellement elle est en cours de révision. Donc cette stratégie, il a 5 orientations principales qui sont diversifier le mix énergétique marocain, mobiliser les ressources nationales pour la montée en puissance des énergies renouvelables et rendre l'efficacité énergétique en priorité nationale. Et quatrièmement, renforcer l'intégration régionale et enfin avoir un développement durable, c'est-à-dire à l'échelle nationale. Cet objectif qui a été déterminé dans le cadre de cette stratégie, c'était porter la part des énergies renouvelables à plus de 52% dans la puissance installée totale. En termes de cette stratégie, on a déployé beaucoup d'efforts en matière de projets et en matière de législation. Ça a été cité dans l'intervention de plusieurs collègues tout à l'heure. Donc, en matière de projets de réalisation, actuellement, on a une puissance installée qui est de l'ordre de plus de 4,1 gigawatts. Cette puissance, c'est-à-dire elle a été entre 2021 et 2023, on a pu installer une puissance de 203 mégawatts, avec une capacité installée de 1000 MW qui a été autorisée par le ministère. Donc, par filière, on trouve que le solaire atteint 851,2 MW, l'éolien 1552,8 MW, l'hydraulique c'est 1306 MW et les steppes qui consistent à 464 MW. Donc, c'est-à-dire pour l'étape future, on a le plan d'équipement de l'Office national de l'eau de l'eau potable électricité qui prévoit une puissance installée de 6 GW à l'horizon entre 2023 et 2027. En termes de législation, en termes de potentiel, le Maroc dispose d'un potentiel énorme en matière de solaire, éolien et biomasse. Donc pour l'éolien, on a c'est-à-dire un potentiel de 25 000 MW. On a une vitesse du vent qui va de 9,1 jusqu'à 11 minutes par seconde à 40 minutes. Pour le solaire, pour le potentiel en solaire, on a une irradiation qui est avoisinante de 6,5 kWh par mètre carré par jour. En termes de législation, de réglementation, le ministère de la Transition énergétique et du développement durable, il a fourni un grand effort pour mettre en place une réglementation qui est dédiée aux énergies renouvelables. Depuis plus d'une décennie, en 2010, il a connu la publication de la première loi relative aux énergies renouvelables, qui est la loi 1309, qui prévoit tout ce qui est, c'est-à-dire des dispositions réglementaires par rapport à la production, à la vente et à l'exploitation des énergies à partir de sources renouvelables, notamment pour le privé. En 2016, cette loi a été amendée à une loi 5815 qui prévoit, c'est-à-dire qui annonce le principe de l'ouverture à la basse tension et la possibilité de vente de l'excédent de la production de l'énergie. En 2016, on a publié la loi relative à la régulation dans le secteur de l'électricité. C'est la première loi qui régit le secteur. Entre 2021 et 2022, il y a publication des arrêtés sur la trajectoire qui composait d'enveloppes pour l'injection de l'énergie électrique qui est produite à partir de sources d'énergie renouvelables. Ces trajectoires, ils sont évaluées sur 10 ans. Et en 2022, on a publié l'arrêté définissant les zones de développement des installations de production d'énergie électrique de source solaire. Et récemment, c'est-à-dire en février 2003, il y a une publication de 2 lois qui sont des lois qui sont intéressantes, importantes dans notre réglementation. Il s'agit de la loi 49 qui amende pour la 3e fois la loi 1309 et la publication de la loi 82-21 qui est relative à l'autoproduction. En matière de perspective de développement des énergies renouvelables, au Maroc, on a plusieurs, c'est-à-dire les énergies renouvelables, ils sont, c'est-à-dire placés à plusieurs niveaux, que ce soit au niveau de la décarbonation industrielle, au niveau des dessalement, au niveau de la production d'hydrogène, ainsi qu'au niveau de l'élimination du carbone au niveau du phosphate, et bien sûr au niveau rural, c'est-à-dire par l'implication de pompage solaire. Donc, tout ce qui est décarbonation industrielle, il y a une convention qui a été signée devant le chef de gouvernement. Cette convention qui a été signée entre le ministère de la Transition énergétique, le ministère de l'Intérieur et le ministère de l'Industrie. Cette convention, elle prévoit de fournir l'énergie de sources renouvelables aux différentes zones industrielles du Royaume. En matière d'autorisation, le ministère c'est-à-dire autorisé une capacité totale de 150 MW pour des industriels qui sont d'origine aéronautique ou bien électrique. D'autres projets sont en cours d'autorisation concernant surtout les zones industrielles à Tanger et à Casablanca. Pour tout ce qui est projet de dessalement d'eau de mer, qui est de sources renouvelables, on a pu autoriser un premier projet au niveau de Sahara marocain, au niveau de Dakhla, avec une capacité de 60 MW afin de produire c'est-à-dire une capacité de 43,5 millions de mètres cubes par an. Bien sûr, d'autres projets sont dans le pipe, comme le projet de Casablanca, Agadir, Dakhla et Tarfaya. D'autres stations sont en cours d'études, comme le projet de Tantan, Gelmim, Sabera et Tiznit, c'est défini. Pour l'hydrogène, juste pour information, que l'hydrogène est suivi par l'autre instance royale. On a élaboré une offre Maroc, c'est-à-dire pour définir toutes les dispositions nécessaires pour développer l'hydrogène. Sachant bien que le Maroc dispose d'une infrastructure, d'une logistique, d'un tissu industriel, des entreprises, d'un écosystème qui permet d'avoir le développement de cette filière. En termes d'élimination du carbone de l'industrie du phosphate, avec bien sûr l'OCP, il y a une installation de production des énergies renouvelables. Pour avoir la neutralité au niveau de l'OCP avant 2040. Donc, bien sûr, avec l'introduction de l'hydrogène et de l'ammoniac vert. pour l'efficacité énergétique qui a été érigée en priorité nationale et qui consiste en même temps le deuxième pilier de la stratégie énergétique nationale. On a mis en place plusieurs programmes avec la coopération, c'est-à-dire allemande. On a mis en place un programme qui concerne l'appui à l'efficacité énergétique dans le Maroc à travers 3 secteurs, c'est-à-dire le bâtiment, l'industrie et l'éclairage. Bien sûr, on sait que les bâtiments publics, ils donnent l'exemple. Donc déjà, on a un potentiel d'économie d'énergie de 15%. Pour l'industrie, on a fixé un potentiel de 10% et pour l'éclairage public, on a fixé un potentiel de 35%. C'est-à-dire ce programme-là, il est entre la période de 2022 et 2026. On a aussi signé des conventions avec les ministères, c'est-à-dire qui recèlent un fort potentiel d'économie d'énergie au niveau des bâtiments, comme le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, c'est-à-dire à travers les écoles, comme le ministère de la Justice à travers c'est-à-dire les bâtiments qui sont plus que 500 bâtiments à l'échelle nationale, et à travers le ministère des Haouz, à travers les mosquées, qui sont normalement c'est-à-dire dans la phase, c'est-à-dire on a pratiquement atteint 4000 mosquées qui est déjà mis à niveau. Donc, si on passe à l'échelle rurale, bien sûr, on a aussi, c'est-à-dire plusieurs, c'est-à-dire établissements sociaux, c'est-à-dire qu'on a déjà mis en place des équipements, technologies des énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique. Et au niveau de l'éclairage public, on a signé une convention avec la région orientale, c'est-à-dire pour couvrir toute la région avec c'est-à-dire des systèmes de technologies qui sont innovantes, avec l'introduction des contrats de performance énergétique c'est-à-dire pour gérer l'éclairage public. Récemment, on a aussi un programme c'est-à-dire de renforcement de capacité de l'infrastructure qualité, avec la coopération allemande, de tout ce qui est photovoltaïque, c'est-à-dire avec les laboratoires, avec les institutions qui sont déjà spécialistes dans le domaine. Bien sûr, au niveau de la mobilité durable, on a aussi plusieurs programmes à travers des études, des projets pilotes, de la réglementation, et plusieurs programmes qui sont en cours de développement au niveau de la région. Enfin, je passe c'est-à-dire aux efforts déployés par tout ce qui est déploiement de la stratégie des énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique au niveau, c'est-à-dire régional, à travers des programmes dans le cadre de la coopération, comme le programme CESMED, le programme Clima-Med, le programme Gihatino. Donc, il y a eu plusieurs programmes qui sont déjà lancés dans ce domaine-là. En matière de législation, donc l'année 2022, il a connu elle a été marquée par une grande opération d'incitation à l'économie d'énergie qui a été lancée par le ministère à partir pour 2 mois, c'est-à-dire pour les mois de novembre et décembre 2022. Cette campagne, elle a eu, c'est-à-dire des résultats qui sont encourageants à travers, c'est-à-dire une baisse, c'est-à-dire de l'ordre de 80 gigawattheures, c'est-à-dire pour les 2 mois, pour les consommateurs, c'est-à-dire par rapport au mois 2021. On a bien noté que c'est-à-dire les consommateurs de la basse tension, ils ont enregistré une réduction de plus de 52% par rapport à l'ensemble des consommateurs. Bien sûr que cette opération va être pérennisée, vu l'objectif, c'est-à-dire pour inciter le consommateur, c'est-à-dire à réduire et adopter des bonnes pratiques en matière d'efficacité énergétique, et bien sûr pour ancrer l'esprit de solidarité, d'engagement pour tous les consommateurs au niveau national. En termes de réglementation, la loi relative à l'efficacité énergétique a été adoptée en 2011. Elle a été complétée par plusieurs décrets d'application. Je cite en premier lieu le décret relatif à la RTCM qui a été publié en 2015. Donc ce décret-là, il prévoit, c'est-à-dire d'instaurer une performance énergétique. On sait bien que le bâtiment au Maroc consomme, c'est-à-dire une quantité de 33% par rapport à la consommation finale du pays. On a mis en place un décret relatif à l'autonomie énergétique obligatoire qui prévoit bien sûr des seuils de consommation. Pour l'industrie, on prévoit 1500 TEP par an et pour le secteur tertiaire, on prévoit c'est-à-dire 500 TEP par an. Ce décret-là, c'est-à-dire à travers ce décret-là qui prévoit la mise en place d'un comité, on a pu, c'est-à-dire octroyer 24 autorisations, c'est-à-dire pour exercer l'autonomie énergétique obligatoire. Il y a un autre décret qui a été publié récemment, c'est en 2021. C'est le décret relatif au MEPS, c'est-à-dire c'est le décret qui prévoit les performances énergétiques minimales des équipements, qui sont les équipements que ce soit en fonction de l'électricité, au gaz naturel, aux produits pétroliers, liquides ou gazeux. Donc à travers ce décret-là, on a des arrêtés d'application. Les arrêtés, on a on a assuré, on a déterminé 3 équipements qui représentent une grande partie de la consommation, qui sont les climatiseurs, les réfrigérateurs et les moteurs électriques. Ce décret-là est en cours de finalisation avec les départements concernés, en l'occurrence le département de l'industrie. Pour les ESCO, les entreprises de services énergétiques, on a aussi mis en place un cadre réglementaire. Ce cadre-là, il est en cours de discussion avec les départements concernés pour mettre en place un contrat de performance énergétique. Le dernier décret qui est maintenant dans le pipe, c'est le décret qui rend c'est-à-dire qui prévoit l'application de l'article 6 de la loi 4709 et qui prévoit la mise en place d'incitations financières ou bien incitations. Pour l'efficacité énergétique, normalement, le Maroc a adopté de nouvelles orientations, c'est-à-dire qui sont en nombre de 5. La première concerne c'est-à-dire le respect des fondements du crédit énergétique au niveau de tout projet d'investissement. La deuxième, c'est intégrer les principes de l'efficacité énergétique au niveau des projets qui bénéficient de l'État. La troisième consiste à la structuration, la professionnalisation du secteur, c'est-à-dire par l'animation, par la réglementation des métiers qui sont relatifs à l'efficacité énergétique. La quatrième, c'est positionner l'efficacité énergétique au cœur des enjeux, des préoccupations des professionnels et citoyens, c'est-à-dire intensifier les mesures de communication et de sensibilisation. La troisième concerne le renforcement de capacités financières, institutionnelles et évaluation des programmes d'efficacité énergétique. Tout cela, ça va nous permettre d'avoir un objectif d'économie d'énergie de 20% à l'horizon 2030. Donc, je passe le projet Clima-Med, normalement, qui doit être, je pense que c'est l'ordre du jour du demain, juste pour avoir question d'état d'avancement donc en la matière. Je passe maintenant la coopération Maroc-Union européenne. Donc, je pense que cette coopération, elle a duré, c'est-à-dire beaucoup d'années. Donc, et récemment, je pense, je cite les projets qui sont en cours qui ont été signés récemment avec, c'est-à-dire l'Union européenne qui a classé le Maroc comme un partenaire clé pour l'initiative Green Deal. Il a montré un grand effort pour l'expérience c'est-à-dire que fait le Maroc en termes de transition énergétique et de développement durable. Et récemment, c'est-à-dire en 2022, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Union européenne ont procédé à la signature d'un mémorandum d'entente entre les deux parties dans le domaine contre lutte contre le changement climatique, transition énergétique, protection de l'environnement et l'économie verte et bleue. Et à travers ce mémorandum, on a mis en place des programmes. Le premier programme qui était déjà signé, c'est le programme de convention de financement du programme d'appui à l'énergie verte. Et le deuxième qui est en cours de finalisation, c'est le programme d'appui à l'économie verte. Sur cela, je termine ma présentation et merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, esteemed partners. Okay. It is my true pleasure and privilege to attend today's Clima-Med event with so many partners around the table and to address you on behalf of the EIB, European Investment Bank, one of the largest financiers of climate projects in the world and in the EU's southern neighborhood. I'd like to thank the speakers before me for outlining so well the key challenges for climate transition that the region is facing, but also for reminding us to remain hopeful and to pass this hope to external world, that we still can do many things to counter climate action and negative impacts that it brings. Allow me to share with you today EIB's experience, insights, and climate financing opportunities and challenges, in particular in the EU's southern neighborhood. First of all, a few words on EIB and on its recently created EIB Global Directorate, which is a structure dedicated only for the outside of the EU financing, representing between 8 and 9 billion of euros in new financing every year, and half of it dedicated to various climate initiatives, being climate mitigation or adaptation. The EIB Global finances climate action, economic growth, development in line with the national priorities and the EU cooperation objectives and the various mandates and instruments that are given to the EIB by its political governing bodies. In terms of the financing opportunities and instruments, we offer loans, equity participations, technical advice, blended finance with grants, risk sharing for public and private sector investment schemes. As you may have heard, EIB as an EU climate bank has set a very ambitious strategic direction in its group's climate bank roadmap to be achieved by 2025. The strategic document aims to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees maximum to pre-industrial levels, to adapt the unavoidable impacts of climate change, combat environmental degradation, halt biodiversity loss, and stop widening inequalities whilst we invest in climate transition, a very important aspect not to be overlooked. Overall, the aim is to accelerate green transition and facilitate private sector participation in it. The EIB has set itself to finance 50% and more of its projects that contribute to climate action and environmental sustainability by 2025, which means 1 trillion of investments in climate action and environment inside and the outside EU regions by 2030. Mindful once again of the just transition and social inclusion, not to leave populations behind the climate curve. As of today, the EIB group is already aligned to Paris Agreement. All of the projects financed are Paris Agreement compliant, and it has fully deployed its energy lending policy adopted in previous years, which phased out fossil fuels. So the EIB no longer finances fossil fuels or fossil fuel derivatives inside Europe and outside of it. And of course, all of the EIB's climate actions are fully aligned with the EU Green Deal sectorial and policy areas. Recent midterm evaluation of the Climate Bank roadmap confirmed that it remains fit for purpose, that the EIB group is on track to achieve its Climate Bank road commitments, all financings already being Paris aligned. For the outside of the EU, the recently adopted EIB Global Strategy emphasizes very strongly climate action support in terms of the financing of investments in mitigation and adaptation, as well as just transition. As for adjustments and improvements, we're learning by doing, so there will be certain adjustments to our strategy, especially enhancing product base, having more grants, more technical assistance, offering to build local capacities, to enhance partnerships and stakeholder engagement, which make a difference in climate financing and climate action altogether. We'll be also integrating certain taxonomy elements and adjusting for low carbon framework. Zooming into the EU's southern neighborhood, just to give a broad context of the activity of the bank in the region, it amounts to about 20 billion euros in new financings over the last 10 years, and very proud to share with you that around 47% of that amount has been dedicated to climate investments last year, and the trend is increasing. We are supporting SMEs, green transport, water, sanitation, energy projects, projects in agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and many others that allow to finance climate transition and climate adaptation in the region. Let me talk about some key challenges to finance climate projects from our experience as a large climate financier in the world and in the southern neighborhood region. First of all, high initial costs and infrastructure gaps, as we call. So significant upfront cost, like we see, for example, for renewable energy projects, may deter investments. The investors, large investors are needed for this type of projects, whilst smaller ones may not be able to afford the climate investments in some cases. Insufficient access to the surrounding infrastructure may impede the investment into climate area. For example, having insufficient grid capacities or access to wastewater treatment plants may prevent actually the investment itself being built. So not only talking about the actual climate vector, but also the whole holistic environment around it, whilst looking at Thank you. And they require sustainable political and regulatory base. Capacity building, development of climate expertise can support climate investment planning and implementation. And this is an area of focus of technical assistance that we deploy to our partners. Market barriers such as environmental and climate benefits not fully being valued in certain markets may also prevent financing of climate projects. Technological risk. Innovative climate transition solutions, they do bear significant technological risk. For example, the nascent hydrogen industry demonstrated that very, very clearly. They tend to decrease over the time, but however, in the initial stages require significant grant support and grant blending to lift up from the infant phase into industry standard phase, where more investors are available to scale up the technology and investments thereafter. Finally, socio-economic factors may pose a challenge for climate investments. Climate projects can face resistance from local communities if they're seen as disruptive or have negative, perhaps visual impact. So addressing these challenges requires public-private stakeholder cooperation, innovative financing instruments, and clear and stable policies to create conducive environment to invest in climate transition. So it's a work of many actors together, not looking only at isolated investments and projects, but looking at the industry itself, at the policies around, at the long-term perspective. That can make a difference in accessing sufficient amounts of climate finance at the country, project, or a commune city level. So before I conclude, I would like to share with you 3 concrete projects and initiatives that the EIB supported in the past in the climate area. One was led by the public sector, the second promoted by private entities, and the final one is a technical assistance example to a urban development company to incorporate climate investments in their wider planification reflections. Aqaba Aman water conveyor project addresses extreme water scarcity in Jordan, which has been further exacerbated by climate change. It is a 100% climate adaptation project. It will be bringing desalinated water from Red Sea to Amman and surrounding areas. The project is worth $3 billion and is financed by a variety of actors, both from public and private side, state and the private sector through the PPP structure. It is supported very significantly by the EU Team Europe and also other global partners. Not only this project will allow Jordan to adapt to climate realities, it will also contribute to its water independency and security, another important aspect to consider in a very large climate projects. Second example I wish to share with you is a SME credit line in Morocco through BMCE, Bank of Africa, a blue line, for water efficiency and water resource protection projects in private sector across Morocco. It has been funded by Team Europe, EIB and AFD for 6 million euros and has financed investments in small wastewater treatment plants in textile and agro industries essentially, and collectively contributed to climate adaptation efforts in the sector for improved water use and water pollution protection. And finally, a Zanata urban development project in Morocco. The EIB, together with the GAP Fund, is working to assess via technical assistance financial viability of options to harness solar energy in the area and use it for urban infrastructure for Zanata development. And this TA will allow the company to make early stage decisions on the scope and nature of investments it may have to pursue or it will pursue in the photovoltaic infrastructure to have an integrated and sustainable urban development project in Morocco. I will end my presentation now, and I thank you very much for your kind attention and looking forward to the discussion thereafter. Thank you.
Many, many thanks, Mrs. Kapan. I knew I was going to have a problem with this. Christina, actually, excellent, that will be easier. For this presentation, as you know, EIB is the EU's climate bank, and we see now that that almost half of its lending operations are on climate action. So I think this is very good news. And also, Christina has highlighted some very good examples of projects in the region, including climate adaptation projects. So thank you for this. Now I would like to suggest that we take a coffee break because we're a little bit behind schedule. So the coffee is going to be served at the 5th floor. And I urge you, however, to come back, please, in 20 minutes. So 10 to 12, please. Thank you very much.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah, perfect, thanks.
I will mute you now and then. Yeah, good. Stephanie, can you hear us? Stephanie, I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I will switch out my mic now.
Dear colleagues, I am afraid we have to get back to it because we are already quite late. Okay. Sorry, we have to get started again for our next session because we are a little bit behind schedule already. So we have our next speaker is joining us online. She's Mrs. Stéphanie Mouen, Deputy Director of Climate and Nature Division at AFD. So Stéphanie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. So good morning for Paris, and really sorry not to be able to be on your side today with you in Brussels. So my name is Stéphanie Mouen. I am Deputy Director of the Climate and Nature Division at AFD headquarters. So it is the department in charge of mainstreaming climate and biodiversity into all sectors and geographies of intervention of AFD, and also proposing strategy and objectives for the group on these subjects. So I wanted to thank the speakers to highlight all the challenges related to climate change in the Mediterranean region earlier this morning. As mentioned in the introduction speech by Mr. Guillot and reminding by Mr. Kam, Secretary General of UFM, the Mediterranean region has been qualified in the latest IPCC report as a climate change hotspot, warming on average 20% faster than the rest of the world, as per the finding on the Mediterranean Experts on Climate and Environmental Change First Mediterranean Assessment Report released in 2020. The impacts of climate change in the region are already very severe, and extreme weather events such as heat waves, fires, droughts, heavy rains and floods are increasingly frequent and intense, with consequences on biodiversity also. The MAR1 report concludes that due to global and regional trends in climate change drivers, climate change impact will be exacerbated in the coming decades, especially if global warming is not kept within the 1.5 to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. It further adds that significantly enhanced efforts are needed in order to adapt to the inevitable changes, mitigate change drivers, and increase resilience. So, what can we all do to mitigate the impacts of climate change in the region? And how can we, as AFD, as a bilateral development financial institution, positively contribute? So I wanted to mention that with the 6.9 billion of climate finance in 2022 in developing countries and in overseas France, which is more than 60% of our total financings, exceeding our global objective of 50%, AFD Group is one of the main international donors providing climate finance. So AFD not only finances climate change mitigation projects, but also supports a climate resilient development. In fact, it is the core of our mandate. We indeed have progressed a lot on adaptation finance. In 2022, AFD financed 2.2 billion euro for adaptation, representing 1/3 of climate financing. It is also very important to mention that 30% of our climate financing is having a positive impact on biodiversity, which is another challenge I mentioned this morning, and especially for the Mediterranean region. So these amounts come with quality requirements. AFD conducts activities that are 100% aligned with the Paris Agreement. We also seek to maximize our financing snowball effect on the redirection of public and private investments. So we intervene to finance the public sector through concessional loans to government, public entities, public policy loans, but also grants focused on capacity building or preparation of projects, but also we are financing NGOs and the private sectors through our subsidiary Proparco. We are intervening in the Mediterranean basin since a long time, both working on mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Africa and the Eurasia, which we consider as a rule, account for the bulk of our financing, i.e. about 80% of AFD's adaptation finance is dedicated to both continents. So to be more concrete, let me give you a few examples of projects financed by AFD first in the field of reforestation. For instance, in Morocco, AFD has supported through a 100 million euro public policy loan and a 3 million euro capacity building and expertise exchange program the implementation of the forest strategy for the 2020-2030 period through the Gabati Hayati program, which is a program aiming at using a participate and inclusive approach at large scale for forest management and protected areas. In Tunisia, the PACT project, through a 51 million euro AFD financing, aims at a rational and sustainable management of natural resources while contributing to the economic development of vulnerable territories and the improvement of local government. In Morocco, also in the field of agriculture, we have provided financing for the Kadousa project to foster a sustainable, productive and irrigated agriculture in oases of southeast Morocco, with the aim to improving the resilience of Oasian agriculture to climate change and contributing to the preservation of groundwater resources. But besides this financing, we have developed dedicated financial tools such as Adapt Action, a program which accompanies partner countries in the development and implementation of their adaptation strategies and resilient development trajectories. So I'm thus very happy to announce today that thanks to a 6 million euro grant from the European Union, we will now be able to intervene in the Mediterranean region through this dedicated program called Adapt Action very soon. The grant financing agreement between AFD and EU is currently under signature with a grant of 6 million euro from DGNIR and 1.5 million euro of AFD grant. This new phase will cover 6 countries of intervention, both in North Africa, Tunisia, Morocco and Egypt, and Middle East, Jordan, Lebanon and the Palestinian territories. And to extend in the Mediterranean region, AFD will capitalize on adaptation experience in 15 partner countries since 2017, including Tunisia. Adaptation is designed with a threefold strategy: understanding, planning and investing, so as to translate robust climate science into tools for better climate governance, public policies, but also development strategies in which adaptation is reinforced, and ultimately into preparation of investment projects through the financing of feasibility and vulnerability studies, for instance. As an example, the phase 1 of Adapt Action in 15 partner countries produced a catalyst effect of about 700 million euro in investments funded or co-funded by AFD, the Green Climate Fund and the European Union. So there are also 2 cost-cutting components with this program, which focus on gender and social inclusion and also knowledge management, so as to share South-South peer-to-peer experience between partner countries, but also to explore together a South-North stream of knowledge and experience. France and Europe could indeed also benefit from the experience of the South. As an example, water reuse techniques and policies that are already in place in the south of Mediterranean basin can be a source of inspiration for Northern Europe countries. A specificity of Adaptation in the Mediterranean basin is its particular synergy with UNDCF Local under the umbrella of Clima-Med joint funding from DGNIR. While Adaptation is more inclined towards ministries and large-scale investments, UNDCF Local is more focused at local scale, being anchored in communities and local governments. So working together will be an opportunity to foster a stronger vertical integration of adaptation. 2 regional coordinators will be deployed in January next year to start an identification phase and co-construct the activities with all national stakeholders in the countries mentioned, so Ministry of Environment, sectoral ministries, ministries related to budget and planning, but also civil society, researchers and donors to find synergies. So we are really eager to start in the region. Besides, I also wanted to mention that we recently extended for 2 years AFD partnership with OSS, so Observatoire du Sahara et du Sahel, Sahara and Sahel Observatory, on sustainable land management, climate change adaptation, and natural resources governance in Africa, with a specific focus on North Africa and Sahel. The objective is to produce advocacy tools and to organize side events at international levels, such as COP28 or the quick desertification. And last but not least, I wanted to mention our activities with NGO. AFD also fosters participative approaches with NGO, for instance, Migration et Développement in Morocco to support the development of more resilient agriculture practices, fosters the dialogue between multiple stakeholders and between different scales, be it communities, local government, provinces and regions, so as to strengthen a collective management of natural resources. And through WWF, we also support capacity building activities toward NGOs in Morocco and Tunisia, both to ensure that they are more in capacity to design and implement adaptation projects, but also to strengthen the network for them to be able to share recommendations at local and national levels as regards adaptation. So to sum it up, we have at our and your disposal a variety of financial instruments to support climate action in the Mediterranean at different scales and partnering with a lot of actors such as other donors. And I especially mention partnerships through the European Union. And we actually follow the recommendation of the latest IPCC reports. To be effective, adaptation process will increasingly require to foster the dialogue between different world views, interests and values. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Mrs. Mouen, for your perspectives coming from AFD's activities on both climate action as well as biodiversity, and also for highlighting our new program of cooperation in the southern neighborhood called Adaptation. And we also look forward to our cooperation within the scope of this program. And now, let me please give the floor to Mr. Hamza Al-Assad, Associate Director and Head of Climate Strategy and Delivery in CEMED, EBRD, who is also joining us online.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and apologies for not being able to be in Brussels in person as well. If we can move to the contents page, please. And we're obviously facing some technical issues, and I'm dialing in from my phone, so I hope the quality isn't too bad. My name is Hamza Al-Assad. I'm an Associate Director with EBRD's Climate Strategy and Delivery Group. I'm based in Cairo, and I lead our climate policy work in the MENA region. I've put together a few practical examples of the work we do. I think our climate policy engagements and activities go well beyond the 4 examples I will go through, including a lot of extensive work on low carbon pathways and sectoral strategies and technical assistance, specific technical assistance. And next, please. I'll first mention our Green Cities program. On Green Cities, this is a €5 billion framework some of you might already be familiar with. And basically, we work very closely with cities and municipalities to identify, benchmark, and put priorities for both investments and policy work. And the main product of a Green Cities engagement with a city is a Green Cities action plan, and this is what includes the investment and policy recommendations. And these recommendations cover everything from mitigation to adaptation measures, nature-based solutions, and a large number of sectors. We also work very closely to build the capacity of the stakeholders and also to support them access more green financing. Next, please. Just to give quick snapshot globally, and since the program was launched in 2016, 2.6 billion euros invested in sustainable infrastructure and over 5 billion euros in finance mobilized. Next, please. We have green cities in over 60 cities in the MENA region or Summit region. We've already completed one with the Greater Amman municipality. In Jordan, we have 3 programs in Egypt with 6th of October City, with Cairo, and with Alexandria. 6th of October, we're expecting to finish this year, Cairo and Alexandria next year. We also have one in Agadir, and as a result, we'll have a clear pipeline of projects that can come out of these action plans. Next, please. Blue-Med partnership is one of the kind of relevant initiatives we've been working on. Next, please. I won't go into too much detail. I think many of you are probably familiar with its details, but it's a multi-donor, multi-party instrument that helps support the kind of sustainable economy on the Mediterranean. Next, please. Again, I'll be brief, but just to say that the Blue-Med partnership kind of seeks to help with the transition towards a sustainable blue economy and combines both technical assistance and investments as 2 key components. Next slide shows the timeline. Internally at the EBRD, we have a board approval mid-November, hopefully a pledging event that we'll be attending in Barcelona on the 27th of November, and then a joint event at COP. And then as of next year, kind of the first formal meeting, and then the fundraising efforts. If we can move to GEF, our green economy financing facilities, these are basically EU-supported facilities whereby we lend partner financial institutions and they can on-lend to SMEs for green investment purposes. In the Middle East and North Africa, we have 3 active GEF programs in Egypt, in Jordan, and in Morocco, and with 10 projects in total and €1 billion of financing extended. And next, please. So I'll spend a bit more time on the Nexus for Water, Food, and Energy. Basically, EBRD, we've been moving away from this project-by-project approach towards a more country or sector platform approach, a more programmatic approach that can combine technical assistance, combine policy dialogue and investment, including blended finance, to really help deliver impact at scale. And Egypt launched this country platform, this Nexus for Water, Food and Energy, or NWAFI, as Minister Al-Mashat likes to call it, last COP. And it really seeks to accelerate Egypt's energy transition. And the program entails Egypt committing to decommission 5 gigawatts of inefficient fossil fuel power plants, a commitment to allow the rollout of 10 gigawatts or $10 billion worth of private renewable investments, all facilitated by a blended finance package to help Egypt invest in its grid and help upgrade its grid to absorb all this new renewable capacity. The program has a number of technical assistance and capacity building elements and policy dialogue elements, including opening up the private-to-private market, including green certification, and obviously at its core is just transition to ensure that workers will not be impacted by the closure of existing plants. Next, please. So maybe just to briefly comment on the update of such a program, which we aim to replicate elsewhere in the region and in our countries of operation, including hopefully unveiling some of our countries of operation that will adopt such programs at COP. So on the decommissioning side of things, we've already seen a big commitment from Egypt to scale back on the use of the inefficient power plants that have been identified, and they're basically being used as backup capacity at the moment. And 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy announced Egypt's commitment to decommission the first batch, 1 gigawatt worth of power, in Q1 of 2024. So really very significant events, and in parallel, EBRD and other partners, some of which are probably in the room, have been working to put together a decommissioning master plan and a just transition plan that will be implemented over the life of the program. Next, please. So on private renewables, I think so the target was 10 gigawatts between 23 and 2028. We've already seen close to 2 gigawatts of actual projects signed, and these are not MOUs or land allocation agreements. This is actual financial close. So around $2 billion of private renewable investment came in. Two of which, so over 4 projects, 2 of which were financed by EBRD and 2 by IFC and other lenders, of course, commercial lenders. 2 important elements on the technical assistance side is EBRD will be undertaking a kind of a guarantees of origin certification program for Egypt. This builds on work that the EU has funded and that was completed last summer. To kind of conceptualize how such a scheme would be, and now we will be picking up this work and putting together an implementation plan. In a similar fashion, EBRD prepared a green hydrogen or a low carbon hydrogen strategy last year that will be publicly unveiled very soon by Egypt, and jointly with the EU and with the EU funding, we will build on the work that has been done to put together an implementation plan for the strategy that has been put together. Next, please. So I won't go into details of all the grid projects, just to highlight that since, in a year's time, we've managed to put together, along with the partners we're working with, a strong pipeline of grid projects that will enable the success of this program. And these projects, I will mention 3 of them. One has already been signed. So Germany signed the debt swap agreement with Egypt in June, and the proceeds would be used to fund substations and transmission lines that are key to Nuafi, and I'll explain later why. 2 is AFD have a project that I think should be delivered or should reach close this year, regional dispatch centers in Alexandria, and this is supported by an EU grant, if I'm not mistaken, of 10 million. The third one I'm going to mention is EBRD's transmission line, so 200 kilometers of transmission lines and substations funded by EBRD, also benefiting from a generous EU contribution. So just to put things into perspective, the renewable projects that I've mentioned earlier, some of them are linked to the German debt swap agreement, so to the projects financed by Germany, which are in turn linked to EBRD's transmission line, which goes to the rest of the network, just to show how everything is kind of interlinked. Next, please. So I think just to conclude by saying, given kind of this platform approach, I think, and different partnerships and collaboration with the different partners around Nuafi, this Nexus for Water, Food and Energy, Egypt managed to kind of increase its ambition. During COP, they had signed a political declaration with Germany and the US, and one of the commitments they had made was to update its NDCs to reflect a more ambitious target for renewable energy. And this target has already been achieved. They've already reflected this new target in their NDCs in June, which will hopefully pave the way for more renewable work going forward. Conscious of time, I'll stop here, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Assad, for these very concrete examples of programs that are benefiting the region. The Green Cities program is in a way very complementary to what we are also doing, working with cities and local administrations, and of course the Sustainable Blue Economy project coming up, the BNP partnership, which we are also following very closely. And finally, thank you as well for providing such interesting and insightful examples of the water, food and energy nexus approach in Egypt. Now moving on to the next speaker, we have the pleasure of having Mrs. Katia Silvia Leander, Senior Director of Development Finance from DAI, here in the room.
Hello everyone, bonjour tout le monde. I'm here I represent DEI, which is an international development consultancy firm. We implement donor projects across the globe, and I'm in charge of the development finance team. We work primarily in climate finance, actually. And I'm here to talk about the importance of mobilizing private climate finance and DEI's approach in doing just that. So let me see if this works. Yep. So as we all know, the financial flows aligned with the Paris Agreement are nowhere near what's needed to achieve net zero by 2050. There's a huge financing gap to achieve these net zero targets. Recent estimates are that there's $125 trillion needed by 2050, or $4 to $6 trillion annually. We also know that low and middle income countries are particularly impacted by by climate change, and also lack the resources to cope with these impacts. So in response to that, a group of rich countries pledged in Copenhagen in 2009 to mobilize jointly $100 billion per year for vulnerable countries. But that pledge has still not been met, unfortunately. So it's clear that public finance is not going to be sufficient to achieve the net zero targets. And it just raises the importance of mobilizing private finance for these climate causes, not only to reach net zero targets, but also to help low and middle income countries cope with these devastating impacts of climate change. However, there are some key constraints to mobilizing private climate finance into these countries. That I'm only naming a few here. There's many, but the most general constraints are, first of all, the financial systems and the policy and regulatory environments in low and middle income countries tend to not be conducive to private climate investment flows, to receive those. Also, investors and financial institutions tend to lack the skills to assess climate risks and don't necessarily know how to integrate climate considerations into their investment decisions. Another problem is that there's a lack of bankable pipelines of green and low carbon investment opportunities in low and middle income countries. And then finally, investors tend to perceive the risks of investing into these countries as being high, and also the risks of investing in green, low carbon opportunities. So at DEI, we have developed an approach to help mobilize private climate finance into low and middle income countries. That approach is based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is greening financial systems. So as I said on the previous slide, working at the policy level and regulatory level to create an enabling environment in low and middle income countries that is more conducive to climate finance. The second pillar is greening finance. That means working on the supply side of capital and build the capacities of financial institutions and investors to do more climate financing, more climate lending, green lending. The third pillar is financing green. That means working on the demand side of capital and building these pipelines of bankable green investment opportunities that are currently quite thin or lacking. And then the final and fourth pillar is innovative financing instruments, which is really the enabler of all the previous pillars that I mentioned. Finance is what's needed here, and in order to mobilize private finance, we need to come up with some more innovative financing instruments that can leverage public finance to then catalyze private finance at scale for climate purposes. So I'll go through in some of the next slides some of the tools that we've developed under that pillar. So starting with the first pillar is greening financial systems, which is where we help create enabling environments that are more conducive to climate investment in lower middle income countries. We do this by building the capacity of central banks and financial regulators and financial supervisors to develop these financial systems that are more green. We also work with governments to help them develop roadmaps to accessing both public and private climate finance to help them achieve their NDCs. And I'll go through for each pillar some of the project examples just to illustrate my points, and it hopefully will help you understand some of the work that we're doing in this space. So the first example for greening financial systems is this project funded by Agence Française de Développement in Egypt. And here we're doing exactly what I mentioned on the previous slide, which is we're working on the one hand with the central bank, the National Bank of Egypt, to help them develop the right regulations that could encourage, incentivize more climate finance. We also work, on the other hand, directly with financial institutions in Egypt and to build their capacities to adopt more climate-friendly strategies and tools. And we do all this through developing blended finance tools that leverage both public and private finance for climate objectives. Another example under this is our EIB Greening Financial Systems program. It's a technical assistance facility which does more or less the same as the previous project. It supports on the one hand the central banks and the financial supervisors, and it also works provides technical assistance to financial intermediaries for more green investment and lending purposes. The second pillar is greening finance, which is where we build the capacity of investors to increase their investments into low and middle income countries for climate purposes. And here we help them, we provide technical assistance basically. We help equip them with the knowledge and the skills and the tools to invest not only in riskier environments such as low and middle income countries, but also for climate purposes. We help them, for example, do market assessments, market research, all this with the purpose of identifying green investment opportunities. We also help them develop green investment strategies and help them integrate climate considerations into their investment systems and processes. So one example project here is our project with the British International Investment, which it's also a technical assistance facility similar to the EIB one I mentioned on the previous slide. But this one focuses only on providing technical assistance to financial institutions. And we help these financial institutions develop new products that are conducive to climate finance. We help them develop processes and systems that are more climate oriented, and also help them enter new markets and new client segments. Another project example is our flagship USAID Invest program. This is a big program, as you can see, $167 million for now and growing. It's really working across all the 4 pillars of work that I've mentioned here. It works on developing market assessments to help develop green investment opportunities. It helps structure funds and financial instruments, blended finance type vehicles to really mobilize private finance at scale. It also works directly on transactions, provides advisory service to catalyze real transactions, investment transactions. And then we heard in the previous presentation about the EBRD energy efficiency facilities. We have at DI managed 6 of these over the past 15 years. We currently manage one in Morocco. And these are, as Hamza said, these are credit lines to banks for on-lending for energy efficiency purposes. And we provide technical assistance alongside the credit line to the banks. The third pillar is the financing green pillar, which is where we build pipelines of bankable green investment opportunities. And we do this by, for example, providing business incubation and acceleration support for businesses to develop green business models. We help the businesses become investment ready, help them prepare pitches and pitch to investors to help them access finance. We also help facilitate introductions to both local and international investors. And a typical project example here is our, this is a UK government flagship program called Climate Finance Accelerator. We're managing the Pakistan program under that flagship program. And we're doing exactly that, what I said, which is we're providing capacity building to low carbon projects to help them become investment ready. And then we organize investor events both in Pakistan and in the UK for them to meet both domestic investors and also international investors, particularly, obviously, investors from the City of London. And then this is the fourth and final pillar, which is where we develop innovative financing instruments to catalyze this private finance. And we do this through three fronts. The first one is establishing and managing blended funds and blended finance type facilities where public capital is used usually as first loss or in a way to reduce both the risks and costs to private investors for investing in climate and in lower middle income countries, and with the idea of catalyzing more commercial investment. We also help structure and place green bonds in the market, both for governments and also for private banks. And then the final tool that we've used and we're increasingly using is that DEI has an investment arm called DEI Capital, and we actually, through that investment arm, we invest ourselves into for climate purposes into green bonds. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the final few slides that I have now. So the first example here is a World Bank project in Somalia, the Somalia Business Catalytic Fund. This was a broader private sector development program, but under that program we did develop a feasibility study for establishing a fund vehicle with first loss capital from the World Bank, which would lend at concessional rates to financial institutions for then on-lending to productive enterprises. The World Bank then, as a result of this feasibility study, took forward the recommendations and helped establish a fund called Gargara Fund, which is still in place, which has been capitalized by the World Bank with $24 million. And the World Bank is now in discussions with other development partners and DFIs, and hopefully eventually with commercial investors, although we know that commercial investment in Somalia is difficult, but the idea is that to increase this fund based on the World Bank's first loss capitalization. We also, under this FCDO program in Nigeria, helped issue Nigeria's first sovereign bond, which was actually the first African sovereign green bond. And this was placed quite successfully in the Nigerian market and was largely oversubscribed. And then the final project example I want to mention is this direct investment that DI Capital has done into green bonds. We recently did that back in May this year, invested $10 million into this bond, which is Mongolia's first ever green bond, and it was issued by Khan Bank. The bond was a $60 million 5-year bond, which was also financed by IFC and FMO, and DEI, we were the only private investor into this. And the proceeds from the bonds are going to go towards energy efficiency and renewable energy and things like that in Mongolia. The interesting part of this story, I would say, is that DEI has worked with Bank over the past 20 years or so. We started by providing technical assistance to them through an IFC program and then through a USAID program, and we have really helped through these programs help develop Bank into the large bank it is today, which is one of the largest in Mongolia, which really provides access to finance to remote and vulnerable populations in the country, and we now have in the recent years also have retained involvement in the management and board representation on the bank, and so the investment to this green bond is really the culmination of 20 years of work with this bank, and really goes to show that to really mobilize private capital at scale, you need a combination of technical assistance and direct investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Leander, for this comprehensive presentation on DEI's approach to mobilizing private climate financing. And we've seen that you have a variety of different tools. And thank you as well for highlighting the importance of supporting capacity building of both investors, businesses, and financial institutions in this regard. Now, moving on to the final presentation that will conclude this session on climate financing. I have the pleasure of having Mrs. Julia Heinz, Investment Officer on Blended Finance and EU Guarantees from DG NEAR, present here today.
Thanks a lot, Christina. Hello, everyone. I'm Julia Heinz, Investment Officer in DG NEAR's Unit A5, where we focus on NEAR's relationship with international financing institutions and the use of the Commission's of DG NEAR's financial instruments. So in this context, in the next couple of minutes, I'd like to give a brief intro into the two major instruments that DG NEAR has to finance climate-related projects in the European neighborhood and especially in the south. These two main instruments are blending and guarantees, which we've heard a lot about this morning, and now we're going into a bit more depth. To start off, let me briefly introduce you to the main features of blending and guarantees. We'll then move on to see when to best use which instrument, followed by an overview of the funding volumes we're talking about. And in the end, I'd like to finish with a practical scenario of how these instruments can be applied. So first, what is EU blending? Simply put, EU blending is when the EU provides funds in the form of grants, and these are mixed or blended with funds from partner finance institutions. Usually these finance institutions, IFIs or DFIs, they would provide commercial loans together with these grant funds, but it can also be that they provide guarantees, risk capital, or technical assistance. The objective of blending is to use scarce EU funds and pool them on a larger scale with other funds. And this is what we then call the leverage effect. EU blending support is cash-based, which means the provided grants are actually used to finance concrete project activities. This can be investments or it can be technical assistance measures. The type and amount of support provided in blending projects can vary from project to project and from country to country. It always really depends on the objectives of the project, on the country, on the sector, on the project economics, and the type of support needed. So it's really a decision project on project basis. EU guarantees, on the other hand, they work differently. Under guarantee, and here I refer mainly to the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, EFSD Plus. Under this guarantee, the EU provides a risk cover to its partner finance institution, the DFIs. The DFI then provides a loan or possibly a sub-guarantee to the final borrower for the implementation of a project. The guarantee is so-called unfunded support because the EU funds are only disbursed if a guarantee event occurs. So, for example, if the borrower defaults. The objective of the guarantee instrument is to mobilize commercial financing, which would otherwise not happen because the risks are perceived as too high. So a lot of what we've heard this morning, can be covered by EU guarantees. The guarantee can also be used in a situation where other risk covers, for example, from commercial insurers, may not be available or affordable. Depending on how they're tailored, guarantees therefore help to mobilize financial resources in specific countries and sectors that are up to date, underserved because the risks are perceived as too high. When an EFSD Plus guarantee is extended to a DFI, it can cover a whole portfolio of potential investments in an entire region, or in our case, the entire neighborhood. The DFI can then, together with implementing partners on the ground, prepare and invest into a whole pipeline of projects, for example, related to green energy transition. So as opposed to blending, which covers certain projects, the guarantees can cover a whole portfolio of things. EU blending and EU guarantee instruments therefore complement each other, and they allow to find the appropriate financing instrument for each context. And how this happens, we can see on the next slide. So in this chart, you can see a rough display of when blending and guarantees could be used. The yellow arrow at the top represents market development with economic viability ranging from no returns on the left to commercial returns on the right. Blending, the red box, can best be used for new markets, unsustainable markets, new sectors, innovative solutions. In other words, where the risks are perceived as too high, with the consequences that not enough funding is provided. So we're talking about scarcity of funding, which can be compensated by blending funds. The application for guarantees, the blue box here, is much wider, from contexts of very low economic viability to contexts of commercial returns. The EU guarantees can be extended for situations of government financing, for financing of state-owned enterprises, but also for cities, for example, or financing of the private sector. And guarantees are most useful when liquidity is available, so it's not about a scarcity of funding, but where the main problem is the risk perception of the investors. To complete the picture, when commercial returns are satisfactory and the risk level is digestible enough, then private investors can come in and the DFIs and EU guarantees are no longer needed. So this next slide shall give you a brief insight into one of DG NEAR's blending facilities, the Neighborhood Investment Platform. It covers the Neighborhood South and the Neighborhood East. There's also a separate blending facility for the Western Balkans, but as we're a congregation of the Southern neighborhood here, I left this out today. So the Neighborhood Investment Platform was established in 2008, and its primary objective is to finance infrastructure investments in transport sector, energy, social, environment sector, but also to foster private sector development, in particular small and medium enterprises in the European neighborhood. The Neighborhood Investment Platform is funded from the EU budget and from member states' contribution. And between 2008 and 2021, the NIP extended 3.6 billion euros of grants for investments, technical assistance, equity, and other purposes. And only for the southern neighborhood, which received 2.1 billion from the NIP, so close to 60%, this induced 16.6 billion of IFI financing. So quite the impressive leverage of 8. The next slide shall give you an overview of the EFSD Plus guarantee instrument, which is a joint tool by DG INTPA and DG NEAR. And it shall give you an idea of the volumes we're talking about in relation to the guarantee. So the EFSD Plus has a total guarantee capacity of close to 40 billion euros, which translates into expected investments of around 135 billion euros. Within the EFSD Plus instrument, a certain share of guarantee capacity is reserved to cover risks of investments by the EIB, 26.7 billion euros to be very concrete, and the remainder, 13.1 billion euros, is accessible to other development finance institutions. These DFIs have already submitted proposals during the first EFSD Plus call, which took place last year. These proposals were then assessed by an operational board in late 2022 and early 2023, and this resulted in the approval of 60 guarantee programs for DG INTPA and DG NEAR. To break down what this means for the European neighborhood, 27 of these guarantee programs cover countries in the neighborhood, with expected investments amounting to 17 billion euros. And 16 of these guarantee programs cover, in particular, the southern neighborhood. So these guarantees, they're now in the process of being contracted with the DFIs, and they will then result and turn into tangible investments on the ground over the next 3 to 5 years. To wrap up, let me give you some practical examples of where EU blending and guarantee instruments could be used. This slide shows a very basic and hypothetical scenario in which the aim is to bring more generation of renewable energy to a country and strengthen the power grid in order to bring the energy from source to consumer. So in this example, on the generation side, we have a private developer who, as he won't get commercial funding because the context is perceived as too risky, he can approach a DFI to finance him, and the DFI can then cover part of its own risk by using an EFSD Plus guarantee. For the power grid, in this example, the grid is still a public good, owned and operated by a public utility. And here, if the tariff structure, for example, leads to low economic viability of such an investment project, the government or the public utility can approach a DFI for blending support from the European Union, or in a more viable context, the EFSD Plus guarantee could be used as well. And if you want, you can spin this even further and think about the whole universe of a value chain of what could be done with this renewable energy. Could be turned into green hydrogen, could be exported, used in country, and can, in the end, help the green energy transition in our partner countries, but also in the EU. And all of this can be supported with the EU financing instruments, which we have at hand. With this, I'd like to close, and thank you.
Many thanks, Julia, for this excellent and very clear presentation of the EU financial instruments, both blending and guarantees, notably through the Neighborhood Investment Platform. And I would like to give the floor to my team leader, Mr. Cyril de Wallain, also team leader for Connectivity, Climate Action and Environment.
Thank you very much, Christina. Dear colleagues, I would like first of all to thank you for being here today. I would like also to thank the people who are following us online. I think we had a very rich and interesting morning session. We've heard the testimonies of key actors like Mediterranean partner countries. We had the chance of hearing the voice of Morocco today. We will hear this afternoon the testimony of local authorities, which we consider are very key actors in the fight against climate change. We also heard the position from the Union for the Mediterranean, from DG Clima and DG NEAR as well. We had the chance of hearing the voice of numerous IFIs and EFIs. We also welcome the presence of Mr. Guillot as a climate expert, representative of the civil society, and last but not least, the youth organization. And your presence today is very important as you represent the young Mediterranean population, who I think count on all of us to deploy prompt and impactful solutions to tackle climate change. I should also mention that we also talk more and more with the private sector as an important actor for providing innovative solutions and climate financing as well, and also implementing projects. And here I would like to thank the Clima-Med project team. We also heard this morning about cross-cutting elements, gender dimension, good governance, which are essential to continue mainstreaming in all our climate actions. We also talked about efficient climate initiatives like the EBRD Green Cities Program, the Blue-Med partnership that will be launched very soon in November in Barcelona with the EIB, AFD and EBRD, the Adaptation program from AFD, the programs from DAI, and there are more to come this afternoon as well. We just heard from our colleague from the DG NIR about new financial instruments, the EFSD Plus guarantee schemes and the blending, which come in addition to our more traditional instruments, being the grants or loans from different actors. And here I would like maybe to invite all of us to continue enhancing the coordination among all these actions, considering not only the size of the challenges that we're facing, but also the rather limited financial resources at our disposal. In these very turbulent times, I think it's even more important to mobilize ourselves collectively in facing an issue of common interest for the well-being of all people living around the Mediterranean, and you can certainly count on NIR's readiness in these dynamics. With this, I would like to close this morning session. I think it's time for lunch, and we look forward to having you this afternoon for other very interesting presentation and discussion. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Cyril. And for the lunch, well, as you see, normally we have a Q&A, but since we are quite behind schedule, we're going to move directly to lunch, which is served on the 5th floor, same place as you had your coffee break earlier. And please, I ask you to come back by 2. Thank you very much.